Tonight, we're exploring the mythic reign of Zeus, the king of the gods and ruler of Mount Olympus. As the god of the sky and thunder, Zeus wielded immense power and authority, shaping the fate of gods and mortals alike. His stories reveal the grandeur, justice, and tempestuous nature of the ancient world's most powerful deity. I want to cover his story the best way I can, as well as other Greek gods, because we have a pretty good lineup tonight. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As always, I'm sure you'll find this experience sleep-inducing. So, dim the lights down, super duper, low turn on, something for noises that helps. And let's get to unraveling what you have for tonight. Shall we? Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos, driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him. Kronos swallowed each child at birth. Hestia, Data Haya, Hades and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeuson, the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Emla, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' bellyache, a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain, in disguise playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos ironically found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos wretched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachi, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecaton chairs. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus forging lightning bolts, gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war won, Achmild refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered rivers, reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule or resented their father, Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters with a thunderbolt's final strike. Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus's depths, appointing the Hexon chairs as eternal wardens. Victorious Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance, the mortals fragile as they were looked for stability. The gods themselves harbored aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this Nent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognized that, to preserve what the Tanomaki had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks. A king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he'd proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings' children and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime, where Kronos had ruled by fear. Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only as if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants' monstrous children of Gearos to avenge. The Titans, convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Geain cited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Hercules, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavor and godly might. In a ferocious battle, remembered as their gigantic thunderbolts, clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus's ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines. Yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon. Whether disguised as a swan or showering gold towu, mortal queens, he fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning poison alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarreled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon. Stability forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure, vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals. Generosity or honesty, those who welcomed strangers received blessings. Those who scorned or harmed travelers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia attended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among our gods, bridging the gap between said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles, or founding new colonies trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world. From the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict teasing. The boundaries of the peace, Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance. Within the Greek cosmos, ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favor. In Arcadia, the mythic king Leon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo-fold of flood myths. Leon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene mother to Hercules. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason he intended Hercules to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust. It was a pragmatic investment in a demigod bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Hercules' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Hercules eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Metha, Titaness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus's predicament, Zeus consumed Metis in its entirety. Yet from within him her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable, but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Theus, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Hure and the Moira, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles, wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer. Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge, incensed by Morpheus' empowerment. Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offense, yet Zeus remained resolute, seeing it as a cautionary tale. The Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests, or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs. A thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves, stirring with no wind, interpreted as endorsement or warning. Such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life. From wedding vows to boundary treaties, even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. 1. Legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The hundred-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos should Zeus fall overshadowed any dissatisfaction the pantheon learned to cope with or exploit. The status quo weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might. When tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens bestowing blessings beneath. He was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia's site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue, and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favor for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon or the later Stoics questioned the morality of a god who in myths engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law, or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. For thunderbolt could render a giant ash tree. No mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquest spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia, and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the synchric deity, Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Sewa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourished that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the iron, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheaval saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter mythic cycles intermingled with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signaled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheon, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century, CE Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus temples, fell sent repurposed as stores or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unraveled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries, rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael, or later neoclassical artists, depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture. From modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films and games, to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force, scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later, cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Sky Father flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him, intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots, Zeus first let him indulge the fast before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favorable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy, but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Legus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lurius to a cave in elaborate in-themed punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence reigns, from Zeus, seas, from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvest from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement, but balancing these powers, so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order that said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief, stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict. If reason failed, Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the Moira fates had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognized that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeusu Eltherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they held him as Zeus Laurosios, a protector of farmland shepherd. Communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Laos, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, Universal Father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence. Grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watchover, frontiers over centuries. These local cults interline, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment, before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades, dethroning Kronos. The father recognized a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, Paternal guidance shaped the lines, "Gods dared not cross." Thus the Father of God stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static, it adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father judge and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Balshamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography temple reliefs, showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial legalistic culture, Jupiter Optimus, Maximus Jupiter. The best and greatest presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals before campaigns sacrificed to Jupiter for victory. Mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals, Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly assisted bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labeling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favor once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus or Jupiter was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were sphinxed. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed old father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive, academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then, the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus or Jupiter with powerful imagery, lightning in her hand, regal. Posture applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The Father of Gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed thetatanomy as an allegory for good governance, triumphing over tyranny or reason, best in chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals grappling with rationalist skepticism saw in Zeus anthropomorphic concept, one the earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father, God punishing hubris or rewarding virtue, found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia Theodoric, remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete, where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-kai motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus. In myriad ways, Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant, hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power-balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of Gods stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder. From Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment, Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth history and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon, and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects the conqueror, who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes by exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments. We see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognize that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems like Hyses stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists were comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods and comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father, bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him. Yet the core remains Father Thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old. but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure, grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details such as the placement of the mother goat, a May among the stars which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply, but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity, who ironically once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or "Olympian," connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the father of gods endures in astronomers. Cataloguers, this intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries over. Thousands of years he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent. The fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces binding them into something at least partially benevolent at times, frightening and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. And just like that, we've reached the end of our story on Zeus, the god of thunder. I'm sure there's more I want to look into about him because he's personally my favorite. If you're still awake right now, you're an insomniac. Of course, this is entirely understandable as I too suffer from insomnia. So if this specific story didn't click on that level, that would make you sleepy. We have other stories, especially Greek mythology of some sort, and other stories if you just want to hear something normal. Sleep is the key, especially on weekends, so you're prepped for the beginning of the week. Take it easy, my friends, and hopefully you have a peaceful rest. Sweet dreams, and as always, good night. Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognize how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld, deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known matures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos. Morpheus lit up the inner mind, his ways the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the pair of sonification of sleep, whose children were called the Oniroi or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the gods' messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shape shifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, thought, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who would together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over me-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odds to him, but behind the scenes he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delhi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dream bringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest, for a mortal's sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumored to be near the shores of the river Lethe in the underworld, The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the honorary, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these oniroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Phobor and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Iselis was in charge of nightmares involving Hypnos in the onjoi, when interpreting dreams animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantus could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalized message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face, to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. While Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber, Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative father and son, thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes, Zeus's thunderbolts. Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved, one could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set them apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure, a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night sleep and hurt dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life within the hushed intervals of slumber. It was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamored for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds. Without ceremony, but references to him do emerge. If one sifts through fragmentary, airy texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms, when the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind. Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals awaking from these dreams often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shape-shifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognized as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one, averse to dramatics. Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognized that anonymity was power. No one begged Shaolin him for favors. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight. That is not to say he lacked humor or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, B.S. allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveler might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions. However, Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mammoth, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for the immortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognized his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realized that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialized artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition in certain Orphic traditions. The mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Data or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favor. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade, by dawn leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shape-shifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered quietly, echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep beyond myths and poetry. Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-eccentric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean temple, incubations particularly. Those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well-documented supplicants, slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act, but behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrims' personal needs. Yet, this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honor. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences, not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism, unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Traveling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Analytica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage, and certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believe that their revelations during ritual induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, And who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities, nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar for his temple, was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge, where illusions danced and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic thought forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought Hermetic texts, invoked the interplay of cosmic forces sometimes, alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthian illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action, to many readers, the boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was presided over, that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumored to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially he credited major gods like Apollo citizens hearing. Such stories might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency as Christianity began to spread across the empire. Attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse, yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. Biblical narratives contain their own dream sequences. Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams. The Marsi warned in a dream about King Herod early. Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels, or the one god Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations, and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime. not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Thought they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear. A benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness during the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore, or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power. For love, revenge, or knowledge, in some the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unraveled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone. Yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognized by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shapeshift, again receding, deeper into cultural memory and occasional manuscripts or monastic texts. He survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reasons. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class solely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises, as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams are explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely, though sometimes covertly copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed or was distributed in monasteries. Due to the Church's conflicted view of pagan literature, Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional Greek philosophy, was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world. Meanwhile, dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad. But references to Morpheus especially were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal Europe, became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this. Environment poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time, knowledge, and love. Though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography, painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man, or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well-versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion, sometimes masquerading writers of masks and Pujo personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favor Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or homicides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention, unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults. Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parliament, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep, and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity. In their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were the residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapors or humors influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like summoned by Morpheus, but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence, not only in the dream realm but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities, for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Suterner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honor Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, The idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination. Romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognized field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that even if they employ different language, therapist and patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions. God's spirits or ancestors credited with forming nighttime visions as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyze dreams. The subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night, after all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Their upheavals and conquests throughout millennia, he found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate his might. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child born in modest tyrants possessed an unsettling gift, feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tyrins was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-streamed skies, a place defined by the routine labor and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by Ashford. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than reveling in might. Soon, neighbors recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tyron's protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine eye. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt, one size. Too small, familiar, but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15 rumors of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies with eyes lit by feral intelligence. Thalical militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by qual parts, curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deeds spread through travelers' wagons, and along shepherds' routes echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signaled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honor him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine, as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull-off cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed far felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone turn. Was never the seat of sophistication, unlike Athens or Thebes. It lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tyran allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumors. People accepted him half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mai, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognized the usefulness of a mortal wielding near divine. Might friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there's little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a whoosh fell upon Tyran like the land itself, held its breath waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday. But deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains, dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules traveled, quietly observing the land, more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds and vagrant bars. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle. Drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumor exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumors of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself. Broad-shouldered, wind-beaten eyes calm as still water, Eurystheus wasted no time. Word of your deeds has travelled far, has said fining warmth. To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfill labours for the glory of Mycenae and the gods, of course. Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed no doubt of fear, but, recognizing that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion, villagers near. Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as-proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumors. They grappled the beast, roaring with unnatural ferocity, while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy commanding the city gates shut. He insisted Hercules remain outside Gutizard, displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed the labor, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing. An audience-fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that grew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2, more only, with the help of his nephew Aulaus, who categorized each stump with torchlight, did Hercules triumph, lifting the central head, still hissing in death. Here turned to my king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. You had help, he sneered, yet the people watching from afar marveled laborers mounted. The Serenatian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden antler creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Aramanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still words spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules, tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades, diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner or gas for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognized these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king. They served as rites of passage. Each labor illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning, and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumors loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted He was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labor, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labors seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Myene Narrow revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing. Again, at dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached. Hercules outside the city walls, a threat lurked by Lake Stemis, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky. With a menacing clang, Styphalian birds were rumored to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was to exterminate them. Traveling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice for every creature he fell. Others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labor followed fetching the Cretan bull. A massive beast rumored to breathe fire brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Myene, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later capturing, the mares of Diomedes required wrestling, savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedesto his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy dispatching. A tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What line separated righteous punishment from barbarity in these wanderings? He discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognized his underlying melancholy. Children peered around, corners hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts off normally that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labor call or a rumor of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him. A rumor that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dead mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable, Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazon. In a land beyond the iron, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumors of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture, but Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazon, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell dying. She handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus' feet. But Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labor, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued forging alliances, with honest souls meeting cunning foes in remote lands and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience? Or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labors approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Myene's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the court seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon. The creature Geryon rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait. Some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion striking, while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only. From a safe distance, soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus's orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a savior of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved. By their cheers, each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if you were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually, he encountered Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders, seizing an opportunity Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily. If Atlas would fetch the apples, Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into claiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favors, or curses shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realized that each labor was less about Eurystheus's commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained: descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades. This final labor surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without Invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus barehanded, if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Myene's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid trembling behind his walls. Hercules' mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labors completed, Hercules stood outside Eurystheus, but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and brave terrors unknown to mortal men. Now the question loomed, could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar. Every anguish could cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands, but still bound by the god's inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus's demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There he tried to cultivate olives and vine, crops as though seeking. Normally, villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting adjant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace rumors circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumor came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders, too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labors as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and traveling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Diona, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement, or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while traveling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at Arava Crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway here revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly its tip. Laced with hydra poison, the wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Dean. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Day either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumors of his infidelity. Traveling the world exposed him to temptations. In his legend, drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nice's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules dawned, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the road burned him alive face with the insurmountable pain he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Dean Ray, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral on Mount Weta. Step by tortured step he climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt duty heartbrow, he stretched himself upon, the wood begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled. Monsters and king smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms, yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in male fulfilling a destiny, shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices without the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens. Others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the iron bore solemn offerings in his memory, drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had Bestedlians, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple yet devastating as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Myene King Eurystheus's court, reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules' learning of his agonizing, death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favored the uplifting version Zeus, when Zukinizing his son's heroism welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the blear side that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Diana's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who hurriedly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labors, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, soldier farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike, or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travelers in need. Here the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travelers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength, reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks. Yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fair fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Ayala's or local chiefs grateful for, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues, brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet, in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men, generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules, Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines, emperors hungry for legitimacy wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed fresco of him, wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes, the moral agony behind his labors, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage, yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs, and sometimes triumph beyond texts and stature. Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the seas. Wrath caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves, so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart mirrors, that universal dilemma overall. It's the dualities that define him, savior and destroyer victor, and victim demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines, yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral P a mere surrender to agony or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus? Or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labors he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm occasionally, glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiseled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure and grapple with the powers divine or earthly that shape our destinies. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on an Olympus war itself existed, harrowing turmoil of Bronze Age, conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war forms. Something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon: Zeus, the king; Hera, the queen; Athena, the strategic warrior; Apollo, the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger. Sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valor. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Ares who symbolized the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him. But even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena. The next, he's leveling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself. Ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Zen Yalios, linked to the ear-uplifting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of wars, spirits trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride survival, and raw fear over time. Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialize him, archaic, he was the son of Zeus and Hyaboth, formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an error as overshadowed especially by Athena. Whims and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armor. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey where instincts of rage and honor coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life. Raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted somewhat uneasily into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their world spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied strategy and aggression, Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honorable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humor lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully pate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolized the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods, like Apollo or Hermes, approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Haya, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes express exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares's relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love entwined with the god of war often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist, yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth? Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumor about the gods' personal lives. It symbolizes how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos terror and Phobos fear as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people, if only they learned to harness conflict's lessons. A battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equaled Athena's broader claim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognized that for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of thieves once honored him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites, blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if untouched relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares's impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army, then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment he'd empower Trojan warriors. The next he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them. If the cosmic tide shifted, Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolized how a prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmaneuvered him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy-'s triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved, even his father. Zeus scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Ans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favorites. it consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief. Though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage, they remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks, when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows, and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained, or directed the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept, but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed. Ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea. The energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of Haim avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers spurred by love for family might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict. Across centuries, in raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty, overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honored him, but smaller, cultic practices sprang up in city estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trulika fervor in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of arias, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travelers' tales claimed that some remote villages honored areas with festivals, combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognized the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll. Visible Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, even assume the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy, and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavor, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans. Due to his power and order, Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet, behind the Roman veneer of organization, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood. Conquest still spawned grief and fear. Fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory, but also recognized the sacrifice demanded by war boot camp drills. Strict codes of behavior and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war in Roman eyes could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down. The fervor to conquer remained over time. Roman expansion carried Mars worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training, grounds reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harbored that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares's original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon-waned Mars temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defense, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares's timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler, but at heart they remained facets of the same concept. Conflict personified Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual, homage and draw violence, kept the flame of Ares's Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who discovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who acquainted him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalrous ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honor, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervor that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman law spurring. New discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises, contrasting him with Mars, analyzing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares's stories were past, for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatize the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new ration for conflict. Drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him, indirectly boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure, reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era or the World Wars, when entire continents caught fire in the intellectual sphere. Critiques of war found renewed voice, philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there. The recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing heroic narratives where no truth lasted long, once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses. Buried deep within the psyche, archetypal theorists labeled Haim an enduring symbol of the warrior within an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists use this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits: bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended? Or is it inherent to our being through all these evolutions? Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is rather a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worried, sometimes feared, always. Consequential Ares as an entity clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defense and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognized war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable, and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Aresthus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveler, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Ares was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple too. Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervor. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage-prone, to heartbreak swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy, so is Ares' time. After time he rushes into conflict, battered by gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty traces of compassion surface myths, telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear, reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe, or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by tales of valor and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives and progress. Thus the weird god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honor heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us individually or collectively under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage, it is human. Peace. Advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Ares is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes from bronze spears to nuclear arsenals, but the core impulse remains. Ares stands eternal no longer, needing sacrifices in quiet shrines, yet thriving wherever conflict looms. Through him we witness a facet of ourselves that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Our capacity to wage war, and perhaps one day to master it narratives. These formative centuries shape the cultural, spiritual, and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate, control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honor the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era, circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as coffin, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 melons, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts signaling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean Peninsula's three kingdoms, Beki, Silla, and Goryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironwork Buddhism and Chinese writing innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly, sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families. Particularly, the So-clan Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the SOA championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event, but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings not merely as a spiritual doctrine, but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Nakano Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the SOA. This event, known as the Tika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reforms sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Rosuriyo system, was established, closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance. It introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital, akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Juko, modern-day Na, meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Na became the heart of government culture and religion, filled with grand temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todai, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Debutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to Theran. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering. In court politics, monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shaki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry, and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Hana, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Hankyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite reveled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Han court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noble woman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colors. However, this refined world of the Han elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shuna emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Han, period 2, dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts known as the Genie War 180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian courtons, the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces, while poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heiano. Battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan Nora, In 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old high-end world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors rather than court aristocrats held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who are largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords known as daimyo controlling vast territories in exchange for military service, the samurai class. Once mere enforcers for aristocrats became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched 2 massive invasions seeking to subjugate Japan, as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takawoji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun, while the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance marked by the rise of no-theatre ink painting and the tea ceremony. It was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sangoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of 3 of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos during the Sangoku Jidai, the Warring States period, 3 formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist, who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearm, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit sukuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant turned general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Yayoi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago. By 1590, he enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan in 1592 and 1597. He launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 6003, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1663 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku, fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity. The shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from traveling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theater, ukiyo woodblock, prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order. But the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Han period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shun, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists trained in loyalty, duty, and honor principles, that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Han period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, two clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy, but that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political maneuvering. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates, they were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genie War, 1180 to 1185 brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan Nora saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clans' control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto Noritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance at the top, with Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192. Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185–133, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow, Hojo Masako, maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy where the regents controlled political decisions, while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols under Kublai Khan had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered. using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols. Brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans once loyal to the Hojo regents turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331, with the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Taoji. The imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of no theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil. Much like an unsettled dream, where nothing is truly at peace, the Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, This inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power.